Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're back on Kerbal today. You're gonna see a few changes. I couldn't help myself. Ended up installing a couple of extra mods. Oops. So let's get right into it, shall we? Here we are. More importantly, most importantly, we got a new texture pack for the planets. It's still the same. It's not a new planet pack. It's just textures for the planets that are already there. We're still aiming for the same places. So, that's one. The other one that I went for, that's for the textures. That one. Okay, yeah, transfer window planner, because very soon we're gonna start aiming outside, you know, further away than Minmus. And I'm gonna need to start planning transfer windows and things. And rather than find a calculator outside, I'd rather have it in game so I can show you guys how we get the transfer windows and everything. Our money is significantly lower than it was last time, because we're gonna have to hire some people, and I took on, for that reason, I took on a few contracts. Quite a few contracts. So there's gonna be some stuff going on here. But yeah, most importantly, the most important bit right now is we have to get... Actually, I forgot to change a thing. Because that texture pack said I had to... Might have been this. It might have been this. Or was it a main menu graphic settings? That could be a thing too. Because I know this looks a bit wrong right now. Anyways. So let's go back to the tracking station because I did a couple of experiments. We still have a few maneuvers coming up here. Because our space station still isn't completely where it should be. And we did take a contract for... space tourism. It's that little dude here. Just, you know, kick off space tourism. I just need a tourist to, a tourist just wanted to have an orbit. So, figured that would be easy money. I had a nice, cheap little orbiter vehicle that I could launch fairly easily and recover most of. So I figured that was easy profit. I went for it already. There we go, yeah. We're on night side of the planet, so not really seeing the beauties of the new texture pack yet. But we will. And I did put an alarm because I only had to, the thing was, wait, I have to yeah. Time remaining 2.5 hours. I actually put a timer. I actually put a timer for that. And yeah, Jebediah is just flying this dude around. Tito's having a blast right now, but he's just a tourist. So, you know what? I'm actually just gonna time warp forward here. Yeah, so that's just the new texture pack. Simple, easy. The rest of the new stuff is mostly functional. And the biggest deal is the window transfer calculator. Okay, we have ads, so... We have ads, but we are in no hurry whatsoever to... We have no hurry whatsoever to be doing anything, so I'll just wait it out, and we could just watch this beautiful little ship. Good morning, JD. How you doing today? Thanks for the alert. We are spinning quite quickly around the Earth. There we go, ad break is over. And just as the ad break is over, now the tourism mission has now the tourism mission has actually kicked into next gear, where we quite simply have to get back home. There we go. Periaps is down to 30 kilometers. Just gonna have a smooth dayside re-entry. I am actually tempted to boost north a bit. Only to give us a better shot at landing in an ocean, but I've got plenty of parachutes, so this should be perfectly safe. We don't have solar panels on this thing, so we were never meant to be orbiting all that long, so we kind of ran out of power. I should have kept SAS off. We are in atmosphere now, so I'm actually going to trigger the parachutes right away. Just deploy when safe, really. We're still very slowly accelerating, but I could do something, I could do something like this just to kind of, yep, camera switch, so we're definitely suborbital now. I'm just giving slight boosts just to recharge the battery. I'm keeping SAS off for that reason. Still accelerating. I'm gonna time warp a bit here. Can afford a bit of time warp. Periaps is coming down. I'm not boosting. I don't think we'll be overshooting this continent here, but so yeah, today's priority is mostly going to be finishing to assemble the Minmus station, and if I can help it, well, actually no, it's making as much money as possible and finishing assembling the station whenever the alerts come up. That's really it. Okay. So I'm gonna boost a bit here because I need some juice in the batteries. be able to keep SAS on. And what we have here is just a plain and simple big old LVT-45. Just the most basic thing you could get at the beginning of the game. Now we're definitely... we might splash down in there, so that would not be a bad spot, actually. Kind of happy about that. But we are still accelerating, which is a little bit concerning. This is a very pretty texture pack. So yeah, today I don't expect to be doing a whole lot of launches, at least not big complicated launches. The launches we're gonna do today are gonna be as cheap as we can make them, because the point is gonna be to make profit. We need money in a hurry. The other reason why there we go. I could just kind of use the wings to turn myself that way, so we stay above the water. That should help. The little winglets here kind of try to help me brake here. And I'm trying to slow myself down. There we go. There's the parachutes. That's what I was hoping for. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And I was ready to ditch the engine. I do have a decoupler right here. But we never even came close to overheating. And so I might as well recover this as a whole piece. So let's come down to a kilometer, deploy the orange parachutes. There we go. Now that the bigger chutes are done, just gonna very slowly come down. And I'm gonna want SAS on for the moment we splash down, otherwise things might go a bit wrong. Still doing just, yeah, nice little bit of floating down, nice and smooth. That new water texture is also very pretty. I'm glad we were able to have a look at that. Do like the lighting effects on the water. Okay. We did splash down, but seems like we're okay. So we can just recover this vessel. That's mission complete. That should be a little bit of money here. So, yeah, a little bit of data. That gave us what? I was at, yeah, that gave us about 100 grand. That was an easy an easy 100 grand though, so kind of happy with that. There we go. There. Contract complete. Yeah, 100 grand. So that worked quite nicely. Some of these contracts I just took because they were going to happen anyway. Like planting a flag on Minmus. That's gonna happen sooner than later. Deploying science from the surface of Minmus. That's also gonna happen very soon-ish. For that one in particular, and yeah, that's for a new base on Minmus. Scanning for a new base on Minmus. So we do have a fair few things here. New satellite in orbit of the moon. In orbit of the sun, I should say. That's for a specific orbit. So that one is worth a lot of money. We might be able to, like, as long as I get a really fairly small payload, probably just like an infrared telescope. An infrared telescope, a battery, solar panel, and something else. Transmitters. That's the other thing. Comm antennas. That, and here we have the relay satellite in orbit of the moon and one in orbit of Minmus. So what I'm going to do is I have, and these are the next two I'm going to go for right away, because I already have a suitable ship for that. I've got a probe launcher which is this one, I believe. Let's go back to edit just to make sure. Yeah, it's this guy. So as we can see, the vast majority of this launcher is recoverable. It's a 78 grand launch, but I've got two relays in there, so I can just get myself into, and you know, I got a ton of Delta V. So the goal of this is just basically get to Minmus orbit, just drop the first probe for the first contract, then we fly this thing back to moon orbit, put up the second probe, and if we have enough fuel, bring this thing back to Kerbin, just to try to recover some of the pieces. That's it, really. I have these big old Communitrons that I'm not even gonna need here. I'm gonna go for something a lot cheaper. What's the cheapest antenna? 400, 300. Those little, yeah, these guys. These little dudes are 300 each. So that I'll just plonk that right there. Let's just put 2 for symmetry, but yeah. So just saved $1,000 right there. Actually, I had 2 of them, so that was 2,400. Now it's down to 600, so I saved almost $2,000. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna try to cut down as much as I can on. Actually, you know what? Could even cut down even more. So I have this service bay here. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hide a single Communitron on the roof of this thing, right there. I'll stick the Kerbal Engineer chip right on the cube probe core, and I'm also gonna move there. So we're gonna save a bit on the battery weight and on the battery cost right there. And even I could put the antenna right here. So everything is kind of central. Weight is not going to be off balance in any way. I'm also going to be cutting down on these solar panels. I'm going to cut down from 4 to 2. So already, you know, that was a $78,000 launch. Now it's 74. And then after that, the vast majority of these stages are recoverable automatically. So I'm not going to lose that. I'm not going to lose all of that 74. I will recover a decent amount of it. Yeah, that's it really. This is going to be our first launch of the day. Fairly simple vehicle with a fairly complicated trajectory, so we can clear 2 contracts at once. So, what we are going to be doing first is I want rendezvous and I want vessel. There we go. So, we're going to aim for Minmus first. And I want to focus the view. There we go. It's really just relay satellite under 1 million, under 1.1 million. Very, very simple. Exactly the same thing for the moon. So this should be fairly easy. So we're just gonna launch this thing. I do recall not launching this thing at full throttle usually, so I'll do it at about half. Here we go. Okay, I'll give it a bit more beans, and we're gonna gravity turn right away. my staging was wrong. Staging was clearly wrong. Okay, so this thing was designed for me to be boosting at full power. That thing was clearly designed for me to boost at full power. I might have messed it up a bit. Whoops. So, alright. Here, aiming for mid-miss. Here we go. I'm gonna give it, let's say, 15 degrees gravity turn angle. That should do quite nicely. If I keep full throttle, one of the liquid stages is due to run out first, so that's really... I'm piloting this like a very stupid person right now. I really should be paying a bit more attention to what I'm doing. I think I'm being a bit too aggressive here with the gravity turn. I think I'm only gonna start turning after the first stage. I got plenty of Delta V anyway, so let's go for a safer kind of launch. There we go. Now we turn. There we go. Stick it to orbit prograde, and then we just keep going. And as we can see here, all of these stages are recovering. So I'm getting some of my money back here. We do have an apoapse coming up. I'm gonna aim for about 100, maybe 110. Let's do 110. Let's go. 110. Beautiful. Then we're gonna go for quite simple circularized maneuver. Then I'm gonna wait until I'm out of atmosphere, which I am now. Deploy that little beauty to reveal these things. So, very clean. And yes, we are approaching a maneuver. It's a 1 minute burn. Might have to, yeah. It's a 1 minute burn, but it's gonna be I'm gonna have to switch stages as I burn. So I'm gonna start burning in a bit in advance here, just to compensate for the fact that I'm not gonna have full power for the whole thing, because I'm gonna be ditching these 45s. So yeah, right now seems about right. Go. And now we wait a bit. And now we boost again. Just to have the most precise maneuver I could have. There we go. Orbit rising. Simple. We've got ads over on Twitch, so I'll just be plotting a maneuver in the meantime. It's not very complicated. We've been to min-miss several times already. So basically, I'm counting at just about a 45-degree angle-ish. That here, that's another contract that we have. We're gonna have to send an engineer over there. So, yep, I'm counting just about 45 degrees. That should be... That looked like an encounter to me. That's a moon encounter. It's a moon encounter. I don't want a moon encounter. Not yet. So it's gonna be about there, and then we're gonna do a correction maneuver that way. Accelerate a bit. There you go. That's a min-miss encounter. Easy peasy. I've played this game so much I could just... The min-miss transfer window and the moon transfer window, I'm at the point where I could just eyeball them. So, now that the ads are done, as we can see, we have 2 new satellites out there. Yeah, that's the first big relay probe launcher, because that one is due to release its new probes, well, soonish, in a couple days. Then I'm gonna just delete this thing. But yeah, I took a few contracts to go repair some aging satellites. So there's this one, and then there's this one here. Ideally, I would like to be able to do that in the same flight. So I will send a pilot and an engineer. Jebediah and Bill, perhaps? And design a vehicle where I can get to both of these orbits with all the parts that I need for both missions. And then just fly out there and do it. So as soon as we're done with this first maneuver, we're going to go back to the Space Center and we're going to design this thing. Ah, the Minmus space station is due for a maneuver right now. Okay. Gonna have to be quick about this. Okay. Nope, not retrograde. Maneuver. Well, it's probably close to retrograde. So let's turn this thing around. Ah, yes, it's that one. So it's definitely retrograde. And I wanted to get this thing under 300,000. Yeah, to be able to start scanning. So, gonna do slow burn here. Just bring that right down. Keeping a very close eye up there and down there. Just need to get under 300k. So there we go. We're under 300k. Done. Stick this thing on normal vector. And now we can perform an orbital survey. Done. And that was another contract that I took. So 75 grand to scan. It also counts as a relay. Hot damn. Okay, I guess we're just going to the moon. Okay, let's go back to the tracking station right away. Because if I can get away with Moon Space Station here, because that station is under 1.1 mil, I had to put it at 1 million to be able to perform orbital scanner. So not that. This one. Let's launch a new vessel. So it's not a new vessel. But why? Huh? I think these missions might be glitched a bit. Okay. Well, I guess we're going to the moon instead. So let's quickly switch back to the tracking station. We're going to switch back to our probe launcher. Because we're not going to Minmus anymore. We're going to fly this thing. I'm going to delete both of the maneuvers I have. Yeah, I'm deleting both maneuvers right away because now we're going to the moon instead, and the moon's over there. So I kind of have to move my maneuver to, well, just eyeballing it, it should be about there. That looks about right. want it below 1.1 million. So if I just move that right there, see, that's 1 million kind of flush. So that's quite nice. And you know what you know what I'm gonna do? I want to be able to recover that stage too. So I'm gonna try to keep going on that stage for as long as I can. So what I'm gonna do here is, instead of using I'm gonna do that. So by holding Alt, the Alt key, I can open up all of these fuel tanks, and I could just decide to transfer fuel. So I'm gonna do in and in, like this. And then I'm gonna do the same thing here. So I'm basically gonna refill this stage completely from this point. I'm gonna keep a bit on the upper stage, but I am mostly just gonna be running this, because that stage I have parachutes on. So if I can recover, that'd be great. I also have a lot of parachutes here. So once we're in moon orbit, if there's any way I could get an engineer to this thing and just go into, basically just go into building mode and just move a few parachutes to the upper stage, that might pay off. I keep clicking out of the game. This is very inconvenient. Okay, so the other thing I'm seeing is my batteries are not looking great, because my solar panels are not facing the sun. So let's fix that right away before I run out of juice. Yeah, now with that big panel there, batteries are coming up quite nicely. It's now charging up at a decent rate. The other thing I could do here would be to maybe deploy the solar panels of one of the probes, but pretty sure this big dude is enough by itself. So we got a first maneuver with this. I might do a correction burn to maybe try to line it up with the... make it easier to line it up with the space station. Because if I can launch an engineer... If I can launch an engineer from the station... to transfer a few parachutes to the upper stage, then I might be able to recover the whole thing. Got a couple maneuvers coming up, nothing particularly exciting, but useful. Actually, no, I say nothing particularly exciting. Yeah, it's really just lining up modules and things for the Minmus station. Alright, so let's time warp forward here until we're due to maneuver. that. I want prograde now, because that's mostly the way we're boosting. Yeah, I'm going to attempt to line it up with the space station as much as I can. And I'm actually going to stick to prograde here rather than the actual maneuver node. Tends to save a little bit on fuel, so that's what I want to run with. I'm going to drop a quick save as we go, even if it's pretty routine at this point. There we go, that's an encounter. Need to be below 1.1. I'll bring it down to just below 1 million. And then, let's see. Which way is the station going? If I just... It's going that way. Okay, so if I aim for the North Pole, I'm actually decently lined up already. So I'm gonna add a maneuver about here-ish. And then we're gonna aim up, speed up a bit, and aim up, and speed up a bit. And I'm actually gonna go back to here, and we're gonna mark the Moon space station as our target. The reason why I do that is because I would like to see if I can get an ascending node. That'd be great. And it says here intersect target's going to be there. So I'm probably going to want it to catch up to me. So I'm going to want to raise it above 1 million. There's my descending node. You see 8 degrees. Like 8 degrees isn't bad at all. And that comes right down as I accelerate on my correction burn. Now we're down to 5 degrees. And it's pretty close. Like, this is a good line. Puts me below 1.1. On a 5-degree descending node that I can easily correct once I'm there. So that's the maneuver. And then the other maneuver is going to be right here on the descending node itself, where I'm going to... There we go, 2.2, 3.1, so I went past. That's 0.8 degrees. Easy. And once that's done, I'll just line this thing retrograde and boost to get it into orbit, and then we're good. Very, very simple stuff. Okay, so we have a bit of time. I'd like to go back to the Space Center, and we're gonna start looking at these 2 repair contracts. That's a very pretty sunrise. Okay. So, I'm gonna go to the VAB and figure out our repair contracts here. So, let's have a good look here. What do we need? We need at least a Z200 rechargeable battery bank. And what else? Repair the Communotron 8888 on the damaged Kerbin CSS satellite in orbit of Kerbin. So, what that means is we need an engineer with a power drill, I'm guessing, to be able to do like a repair action there. I don't think I need a spare Communotron 8888. Let's make sure I have one just in case. What's the 8888? Is it that one? No. No. Okay, it's one of those Communotrons I don't even have access to. So let's hope I can repair that, because I can't bring a spare one. Cool. And the other one is a Z200 battery pack that I have to attach. So, what's the Z200? That's 2K. I mean, I want to, but how? I don't have access to a Z200. What the hell? Z200. Ah, it's that. It's that little, okay, it's that one. Cool. That's easy enough. So here's what I'm gonna do. It's the small one. It's the really small one. Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go for a MK2 command pod. Okay. And the other thing we're gonna do is we're gonna throw a couple of these Z200s on top. So that should be nice and easy. But right under that, could I do it under? Okay. Is there a way, like, let's say I put a crew here. Let's say I put Bill in there. Or even Natakal. I think I had planned for Natakal to be going. Just so she can get some experience. Okay. So if I do this here and I go to yeah, the inventory of this ship. Is there any way I could stick a Z200 in there? Wonderful. Okay. And even like the tackle, I'm not gonna bring that. I'm gonna bring that. That's too much. She can't carry that in her inventory and still have a jetpack. This is why I put some on the outside. All right, cool. Actually, just gonna give her extra EVA fuel instead of the parachute, because she's gonna be doing a fair bit of maneuvering in EVA out in space, so might as well. The other thing I'm gonna do here is in the command pod itself, I'm going to put an electric screwdriver. Why is it not letting me do that? That, I guess? There, I'll do it seat 0 inventory. There. I'll do an electric screwdriver and a wrench. Let's say 2 of each, just to be on the safe side. So I put that in seat 0. Good. Simple. Very simple. Okay. We're just gonna swap these two so that Natakal is the one sitting in seat 0. And now we're just going to design a very, very simple launcher. That's just going to be a satellite repair unit. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to load up the Orbiter 2 did not have enough fuel. That one went to Minmus and back. Okay, I might just cannibalize the launcher from that. Yeah, because it's a Mark II as well. It's exactly the same thing. So there we go. I think I have the pre-assembly for that already. Yeah, Quad 45 Quad Thumper. It's this one. It's that launcher. Okay, cool. So then we just throw a heat shield on it, throw a couple parachutes, and we're good. Just like that. And parachutes. Now the important bit about the parachutes here, and I'm also going to throw a couple of passive solar panels. We do have a decent amount of battery juice here, but I want to make sure I have enough. So utility. Okay. I'm gonna do utility here, and we're gonna go into those radial mount parachutes. Throw a couple of these on there. That middle bit currently doesn't seem to be recoverable. I might want to fix that. So yeah, I'm actually gonna do this, and I'm gonna do 4 right there. I'm gonna do 4, and then I'm gonna do 2 drogue chutes as well with a bigger tank. So that should work very nicely. The other thing I'm gonna do is we're gonna go for these little passive photovoltaic panels. Yeah, just stick them up there. As long as I make sure that they're attached to the lower... Actually, no, because if I mess up with the first battery, then I lose my solar panels as well. So let's not do that. That'd be a bad idea. So what I'm gonna do instead is I'll have 4 of them here and 2 of them here, just like that. We've got ads, but the ship is basically ready now. So let's stick this thing onto the launch pad, wait for the ads to finish, and then I'll do a mini tour, and then we launch. There was a bit of flopping around here. Which I have to admit I am slightly concerned about. But I think we'll be fine. And we can recover this engine very, very easily. There we go. Ads are over. So what we did, very, very simple. I basically just cannibalized a launcher from another ship that I had, which was the first mission to orbit Minmus. These are Thumper SRBs, LVT-45 external boosters. That's an onion stage, I believe. Do I even have fuel lines on this thing? I don't. I don't even have fuel lines on this thing. So I could just try to asparagus it up a bit. Would allow me to drop a decent amount of weight on the way. So I think I'm going to do that. This is meant to be like a low throttle launch. Yeah, because I'm dropping all 4 of these at once right now. But even if I just onion stage them, it'll save me a bit of fuel. So yeah, this is not optimized in the slightest. This is just meant to be cheap. Trying to launch this thing on the cheap. So there we go. Yeah, that's 5k Delta V. Unless we're piloting this in extremely stupid ways, this should be more than enough for what we need. Because I could just... No. I'm being dumb here. I can't just use that. I'm gonna add a small upper stage at the top of this thing with a bit of RCS fuel, so that we can maneuver and kind of park ourselves close to the satellites we need to interact with. I need to be very close. I need to park myself extremely close. And the other thing I was thinking of here is these. One of these winches. Yeah, okay. So, if I could do that, like this, and throw a harpoon on there. If I aim it right, I could harpoon myself to harpoon something reinforced. Yeah. That would probably damage the other satellite. But I'm still, my idea still stands that, here, in Seat 0, my idea still stands that I probably want to latch some of these things. So I will have an Attackle carrying a couple of these attachment points here. Because even if we can't dock with the satellite itself, as long as we can cable ourselves to it, that should be fine. My other question is, do I have... That's very big. That's quite big, but not as big. Something like that, maybe? Because at that point, I'm going to be in very high orbit. I just need a bit of fuel and some very, very, very fuel-efficient engines. I don't even need them to be that big. I just need efficient. Or we go for puffs. $20 kilonewtons. Preston Vale's regarded as one of these ideas. Oh, I don't know how powerful these things actually are. So I'm a bit hesitant here. What are these? Vernier engines. RV1 Cubs. 32 kilonewtons. These do use liquid fuel and oxidizer. Basically 1 unit of fuel per second. 1 unit of oxidizer per second. They're not efficient. Those little sparks are better. And they have basically just as much thrust. Better ISP. I think I'm just gonna stick an engine plate with a couple of these little sparks. And that should be more than enough. So that's what I'm gonna do. I need an EP18 engine plate. I'm gonna go double nodes. And we're gonna keep it short. And then I'm gonna go here, grab a couple of these spark liquid engines. It looks derpy as hell, and I don't care. I just don't. Yep. And do just a couple of these little parachutes here. Like that. And I can actually move these little passive solar panels now to this stage. Because ideally, yeah, that's going to be the engines that are going to get me back to Kerbin. So. And I want short. Yeah. Very nice. I'm gonna go all white here on the top bit. Simple enough. I legitimately have less Delta V now. Really? I have less Delta V now than I had before? That's 1,000 Delta V, right there. But it's the extra weight, because I have a lot of RCS fuel here. Okay, I'm gonna want to save on that weight, I think. I don't need that much RCS fuel, that's a lot. Yeah. That's too much RCS fuel. That's my current read on this, is that's too much RCS fuel. I need some though. Maybe some of these radial tanks would do it. Or I take like a really, nope. There is a smaller one. There, that one. Stick it on top. It looks goofy as hell. I honestly don't care. Okay. Let's have a look at our center of mass. It's just about where I expected it to be. I'm going to move down the solar panels to about here. Actually, no, because that collides with the parachutes. Still going to do that. And then I'm going to move the parachutes to the diagonals. Yeah, I'll do it like that. This is fine. And then we need some RCS thruster blocks. And I honestly don't need more than just 4 here. That's plenty. Especially if I switch them over to the 5 horns. And then I throw 2 radial tanks here. Monopropellant radiant. Maybe some of these. I just put 2 of these here. Like that. I am gonna need a decoupler here. Should probably do that like this. So now I've got a bit of monopropellant. I've got fairly efficient engines, a bit of fuel in the upper stage. Throw that on. And now I'm guessing the reason why all of this is messed up is because my staging is wrong. Because I added the upper stage, so. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's wrong. That's very wrong. Cool. That goes here. That goes there. And where's my engine plate stage? That's the one. Put it up here. So now we got 5,000 Delta V with good maneuverability, space for 2 crew, a couple solar panels. It's not fancy by any means, but it should do the job. It's a 55k. It's a 55,000 credit launch. I want to have a look at the contracts just to make sure I'm going to make a profit here. Yeah, that's 100 grand for the first one to attach a battery. And another 40 grand for the second one. So that's 145k total. Plus the advance. I got a 32k advance from this and a 22k advance. So 32, 22, that's 55. That's 55. And if I look at this satellite repair unit, that's a 52k launch. That's about as good as I'm gonna get. I'm gonna go back to editing the vessel because I want to make absolutely sure that we bring in Natako, our rookie engineer. And I want to make sure that her inventory is all sorted out before we launch. Yeah, we got a bit more. Yeah, we got a bit of extra here. And I had... Bill's going to sit that one out. Natako's going in. She's taking seat 1. Seat 0. She's got these connectors in her inventory, as she should. So yeah, we're going to be doing a bit of maneuvering at first, but it's going to be... should be fine. Because what I'm basically going to be doing is just EVA over to the satellite. Well, for the first one, I'm just going to repair it. Okay. That's... Wait. Is it going to be the first one that I repair? I don't know. That should be a thing that I plan for. Which one am I going for first? Because to me, what makes the most sense would be to go for the furthest away first. So that's the aging one. Aging RSA satellite T5N. And the damaged Kerbin CSS-X satellite. Which one is it? Damaged Kerbin. Okay. So that one is just pure, just repair. So that's the power drill one. That's the battery one. I think our plan here is going to be to go for the furthest away first. And then look to encounter this one on our way back. So we're just going to be doing the power drill maneuver first. Which means Natako has to have the power drill in her inventory at launch. Got it. All right, back to the VAB. Let's finish planning that. Okay. I'll look at crew. Natako. Yes. Good thing I checked. So. C0. Really? Why is it not letting me have a drill here? Not letting me put the friggin' power drill. Can I have a wrench then? No. It's not letting me. Okay, that's fine. Bring a couple spare joint sockets here. So I'm guessing... I'm guessing she's gonna have to be carrying this thing in her hands. Equips on right hand. Okay. So we're gonna go to the launch pad now. because I want to test. Like, I haven't played with those screwdrivers and wrenches and things for quite a while, so I need to kind of refresh my memory. Good morning, Slav. How you doing today? Alright, so you're gonna EVA. And capsule for the Falcon Advance. Nice! Natakal is definitely going to need a neck ring and a helmet. He's going to be doing space maneuvers. Okay. So you have that stuff on you to begin. Yeah, split it. Cool. And then I can equip that. Okay. And now that I have this, I'll be able to fit. Okay. Basically, today's objective for the stream is money. Really, I'm low on cash, and I need to make money in a hurry. So this thing, basically, if I zoom out a bit, I have this satellite here that I have to go fix. And then there's another satellite, I think it's this one. Yeah, that one, I have to go install a battery on it. And I'm planning to do both of these repairs with the same launch. It's going to be this ship. We have the Takal, who's our engineer in here. She's going to be doing most of these, most of the maneuvering. Well, not most, all of the maneuvering. That one here, that aging one, the contract is to install a battery on it. It's one of these little batteries that I have up top. So what I intend to do is, if we go to her inventory, she has some of these joint sockets here. So I'm going to EVA over to that satellite, install the joint socket. Then I'm going to winch myself here. I have a winch up there. I'm going to winch myself to the satellite just to make sure our ships don't get away from each other as I'm doing the repairs and the things. Then transfer a battery over from that one to the satellite, and then we fly home. That one is really just a matter of having an electric screwdriver or a wrench equipped in my hand, which I just did. And then we repair, I think it's an antenna that I have to repair on that one. Yeah, so right now, what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go for this one first. We're gonna go for the furthest away first. And after that, it's gonna be a matter of, it's not quite gonna be a docking maneuver, but close. I have to park myself right by that satellite and just EVA over and do what I gotta do. From my calculations, this thing should be enough for me to be able to make both repairs in one go. That's what I'm mostly hoping for. I do remember this launcher being a low throttle one, because I do have 4 SRBs here, which have pretty good amount of oomph. So let's launch this thing. Here we go. What if it fails? Wait a minute. Why is this? I was seeing some overheating, which means that the upper stage fired at the same time as the rest. Yep, it did. So that was just me completely messing up my staging. All right. What if it fails? I mean, if it fails, we go home and we retry. The vast majority of that stage, of that engine, is recoverable, so it's not going to be too expensive. And also, if I go back to the Space Center right now, we have ads on Twitch, but I could still... I've explained it over there already, so I could re-explain it for you while the ads are running on Twitch. So for these 2 contracts, if we look at the active contracts, it is that one. So 32,000 advance and 105,000 on completion. And then there's this one, which is 22 in advance and 40,000 completion. The launch itself, the rocket itself, without recovering anything, even if I wasted all of the launcher, is 50,000. This thing costs 50,000. So I'm just using the advance money. I've designed this ship to be as cheap as possible to get me as much range as possible for these maneuvers while having everything I need. So if I pilot this right, and I'm not stupid about it, then I should be able to make about 150 grand of profit from this one flight. That's what I'm hoping for. We're gonna go at a third throttle, 33% throttle. Now that the sparks up there are not gonna fire. Yeah, that stage is the SRBs, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's the SRBs. Good. Here we go. Gonna give it a slight angle, not too much, because the SRBs, once they separate, might be a bit problematic. I'm letting the SRBs do the vast majority of the work here. That's par for the course for me. There we go. Just need to get to orbit. I'm just gonna stick this thing on orbit prograde right now. Why did the parachutes fire? Okay, the staging of this thing is completely messed up. What the hell? That'll teach me for just trying to cannibalize an engine from another ship without reviewing the staging. Ah, I see. Yeah, because these, for the SRBs, these are fine. These are not. Because that's for that stage here. Okay. So these there, that should be fine, I think. Where are these? They're up here. These should also fire there. Wait. Oh, these are the... Oh, yeah, these are the drogue chutes. Alright, cool. Yeah. Now I remember. And that's the other thing about this ship is, you know, it's a 54,000 credit launch. And the vast majority of this is recoverable. So it's actually going to turn out to be a fair bit cheaper than that. Probably more around the 35k mark? Ish? Maybe 40? So it's cheaper than even just the advance for both contracts. And I should be able to make somewhere around 150 grand once the contracts are completed. So, you know, worthwhile little profit launch here. I'm just going to review seat 0 inventory here. Yeah. I'd rather have her have, I'd rather have her with extra EVA fuel than a personal parachute here. Alright. So if I don't pilot this like a nitwit, we should be fine. There is a bit of flopping around going on, but that's what happens when you try to build on the cheap. And I'm okay with that. I'm absolutely okay with building on the cheap right now. This is what I'm aiming for. I need money. All right. I'm gonna keep the inclination at about 10 degrees instead of the 15 I had before. Because ideally, I'd really like to be able to recover those SRBs. And I am manually correcting here to gain as much height as I can. We're dropping the SRBs. That went horribly wrong. Okay. I guess I'm gonna have to spend a bit more fuel here. I'm gonna have to spend a bit more fuel here just to stay safe. So I'm gonna go very low throttle, about 25%. I'm gonna go 25% throttle, but I'm gonna fly straight up. Just gonna keep it very steady. gain as much height as we can, and then I'm going to start turning once we ditch the SRBs. Because I'd rather these separate safely, and then I can recover them. Like that. And now I turn. There we go. Orbit prograde. Big old gravity burn here. Now I'm going to stick to stability assist here just to make sure I gain enough height. Gaining a decent bit of speed. There we go. Just separate that. We keep going. $85 kilometers. Could stick that right onto prograde right now. And I can actually afford to go into a decently high first orbit here. It's just going to be less fuel to circularize since I'm already going at a decent lateral speed. So, there we go. And there we go. Kind of just eyeballing this for now, but that's fine. The one thing I'm going to do right now, yeah, I'm actually going to stick the ship to normal vector here. Yeah, and as you can see, stage recovered, stage recovered. So, you know, I get back about, what? Yeah, $2,500 for... $2,500 per stage, per external booster I've recovered, so that's good. And here, sticking this onto normal vector means that the rocket is pointing north, and more importantly, that these little solar panels are nice and exposed to the sun, so I don't run out of juice. So, just gonna get right onto that maneuver. Like that. And now, it's just an orbit burn, so stick that thing on prograde and boost. There we go. Got my trusty old Bobcat engine, one of my favorite engines in the game. I love the Bobcat. It's so good. The Bobcat really hits that sweet spot of power versus efficiency for a lot of the stuff I make. So I use it a lot. I love that engine. There we go. Nice little orbit there. And now we have to start aiming for this thing. So, what's going to happen here is I'm going to use the ascending node right there to start aiming at that orbit. Now this guy currently is at 14.8 million. So I'm gonna want to go very likely a tiny bit lower than that. Because once I get close to there, it's very likely that this guy is going to be about there. So I'm going to have a bit of catching up to do. I'm going to need to be catching up to it. Okay, and I want to line up my apoaps with the descending node over there. Keep that as lined up as I can. So that's a moon encounter, I believe. Yeah, that's a moon encounter. I'm going to ignore that. Kerbin apoapsis is right there. Okay, so keep aiming that. There we go. So you see, once I get there, he's gonna be all the way here. So I'm gonna need to catch up to it. That means my orbit needs to be lower than it. Right now, what is it? About 500,000 meters below. 14.79. 14.6. No, it's just 100,000. I want it to be a bit lower than that. Okay. So I really want it to be just outside. There, right there. The earliest point I get an encounter kind of node bit. So that's going to be our first maneuver. That's going to be our first burn. And then the second burn on the descending node here, we're going to correct our angle so that we are on a very similar orbit to that satellite, just a little bit lower. Just a little bit closer to Kerbin, so that way we slowly catch up to it. Simple enough. Yep, solar panels are seeing the sun right now, so all good. I did forget about these drogue chutes that are currently hidden under the solar panels. Whoops. So logistically, these two solar panels would rip off. That would be a bit of a loss in terms of money, but not monstrous. How much fuel do we still have in the tank? 1652. So we're gonna use about half to get there, and then most of the other half is gonna be to line up our orbits. But I do have I have this tiny upper stage here with a couple of little spark engines hidden in there under that decoupler. So I was hoping to be able to recover this stage. I'm probably not going to be able to. So that's going to be a loss. I'm not going to be able to recover this tank, but it was still worth a try. All right. So we're going to warp. Yeah, it's still the next maneuver. So, and I also had a contract to get a relay in moon orbit. So that's the relay probe launcher. That's what it's for. So there we go. Yeah, that's definitely going to be a prograde burn. So we just line that up. Minute and 14 seconds. So yeah, 1 1/4. So what, 40 seconds ish? T minus 40. 2. Actually, no, T minus 40. Actually, 37 to be exact. So there we go. So now we burn. Ah. Okay. Well. I was misreading my Delta V readings. So we might be recovering that stage after all. And yes, this thing looks goofy. And it's loud as hell. But these tiny spark engines are really efficient. I'm hoping to be able to make the best of that. Nope, you know what? We're going to go back to the vehicle assembly. I don't think this is going to be enough. I don't think this is going to be enough. I am going to need more Delta V than that. Because I do need to be able to maneuver. So, what I'm going to do here... I'm wondering if I should make the upper stage bigger or the launcher itself. I think it's going to be the launcher itself. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to, just nab that Bulldog away. And I'm going to stick an extra fuel tank in the middle here to have that middle stage a bit bigger. The Bobcat's got plenty of thrust anyway. If I can have one of these right in there, which is a bit tricky, I'll admit. I'll move away the SRBs for now, just so I have the room to attach this thing. Like that. Both of them on the same stage. So that's significantly more Delta V just for having more fuel. And my thrust to weight ratio was like over 3. So this should be fine. Put the SRBs back on. And we're going to throw that into that stage here. So that's still 5,800 Delta V. But I'm going to be able to go a lot further away with that Bobcat than I used to. Which I believe is the proper way to do this. I would rather if this ship did not rest on the SRBs on the launch pad, so I'm going to clamp this up, because the clamps are always recovered anyway, so it's just safer. I should actually clamp on the SRBs rather than the liquid boosters, though. Just because of where the decouplers are placed. Yeah, the decouplers are very high up on the liquid stages to ensure safer separation. There we go. All right, yep. For just an extra grand, that extra fuel is worth it. Okay. Oh god, I'm running out of coffee. Next time we have an ad break on the Twitch side of things, then I'm gonna go get more coffee. That's looking nice and steady. Okay, I like that. All right, cool. So, set a target. And that last launch also gave us another piece of information. It was that by the time I would reach that periapsis over there, the satellite was like here. So I might do this the same way I go for a actually no, it was like the ascending node, so there, something like that. So I might aim for the other side of Kerbin here. Instead of going on the closest ascending or descending node, I might aim for the other side of Kerbin compared to the satellite, so that we can get a closer encounter right away. I think that's the sensible thing to do. That 25% burn was actually not bad at all. It went well, so that's what I'm gonna do. Here we go. I'm going with almost no throttle, just to get a bit of gimbal, and that's it. There we go. Stick that on surface prograde and just get that nice gradual gravity turn. We're gaining a ton of lateral velocity now, and not wasting any fuel on steering. There we go. And now we're riding with just the Bulldog at this point, the Bobcat. I restarted because I figured I would not have enough fuel for both missions on the same flight. So I added an extra tank of fuel here on the Bobcat stage. And also the first flight actually gave me some information that I wanted to be able to use to my advantage. Because let's say we round out our orbit like that. So my first thought here is, because the satellite is there, was to kind of boost on ascending node and try to get to it. But by the time I would get there, the satellite would be around, pretty close to its periapsis. So what I'm actually going to do instead is I'm going to boost on descending node to get there and let it catch up to me instead, because the higher my orbit, the less fuel I use. Yeah, so I figured it's gonna be better this way. And I just have to see 16.7. So I'm probably gonna aim for 17-ish. Uh, 45-second burn. We're probably looking at what, T minus 22, 23. There we go. We have ads on the Twitch side of things, and I need coffee. So I'll be right back. Alright, coffee has been obtained, and it's a pretty routine burn, so even if we got ads right now, I'm going to keep going. Welcome back, Twitch viewers. I've got 700 meters per second left in the tank. In this tank, and then another 1,200 in the upper stage. Even then, I'm starting to suspect it's going to be pretty tight fuel-wise. Although the vast majority of my fuel is going to be spent just getting to that height. So I'm going to aim for descending node here, because I want to see, once I get close to hold on, that's a moon encounter? Okay. Hold on a minute. I'm having a very stupid idea right now. Is there any way I mean, there's got to be a way that I can gravity boost myself using the moon. That could save a pretty substantial amount of fuel. How am I getting a moon encounter there? I figured to get a moon encounter, it'd be here. Not that way. But okay, sure. So I'm gonna want to line this up to have a very, very low moon pass here. And by very low, I mean barely not crashing on the moon. I'm gonna use the moon's gravity to assist me here. And you see, as soon as I get there, this thing's gonna be over here. So I'm still gonna need to catch up to it. But it is on a higher orbit than the moon itself. Okay. I just want like the closest. Okay. Would give me a tiny boost, but for the price of a tiny correction burn on my way to the moon. For the price of a tiny correction burn on my way to the moon, I might be able to use the moon's gravity to save a decent amount of fuel here. And the Bobcat's gonna take me most of the way there. Even now, in terms of fuel, I'm kind of cutting it close. To the point where I'm not sure if I should restart or not. Make my ship a bit beefier. Yeah. The point is to make profit. I'm gonna go back to the vehicle assembly here. My first idea was not the right one. My first idea was not the right one, mostly because if I run out of fuel out there and I'm stranded, it's gonna cost me even more to get everything done. So it's better if I make this thing a bit beefier and not mess it up. Okay. Alright, let's figure this out. So that means that this launcher here is officially trash. It's officially useless now. I'm throwing that out the window. So is that one. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to have a look at my, at a few of my other ships here. See if I could cannibalize a launcher from somewhere else that could be relatively cheap and useful. If my memory serves me right... Yeah, this is the lander we had to rescue on the North Pole of Minmus. So this thing got me... This could absolutely be... I could just cannibalize that launcher. What is that? That's... Skipper plus 6 Bobcats plus 4 kickbacks. Hybrid. Skipper plus 6 Bobcats plus 4 kickbacks. There we go. Then we're gonna load back in. I'm gonna not save. I just wanted to have the sub-assembly here. Gonna load back this thing, and I'm gonna ditch the launcher it currently has in favor of that mid-range hybrid. It's gonna make the launch a fair bit more expensive, but it's also gonna give me a lot more range. That staging is good, from what I'm seeing. That's the SRBs. That's the first liquid stage. Every engine. I mean, that's almost 9,000 Delta V. If that doesn't do it, I don't know what does. But the big problem I have here is that none of these stages are recoverable right now. I need to bring my cost down. So I need to be able to recover. I need to be able to recover some of that stuff. So I'm gonna want to parachute a pretty good amount here. So we're gonna want these Bobcats to just be on truss mounts. That white and black stripe looks horrible. For the ones that actually have the winglets, I'm going to switch them back to white. So I know that's the last stage. That's the last booster stage. Okay. So that one I'm very likely not to be able to recover it. The other two, I have a decent shot. So let's parachute these. We're gonna favor these. No, not that. Build here. Utility. Parachutes. Okay. So. Not that. Something like that, maybe. Probably down a bit here. Yeah, I'll line these up with each individual tank, I think. Like that. So 6 parachutes. It's probably going to be enough for that, I hope. I'll throw a couple drogues on there as well. Double-sized variant of the MK16. MK25. Okay. Yeah, could stick just a bit of an adapter and throw a drogue on top of that. That should be fine. No, I need an 18. Yeah, that looks about right. Utility, MK25, up top. Okay. That, I think, should do the trick. Sacrificing a tiny bit of Delta V for that, but that will very likely save me quite a lot of money. Guessing that's the solid booster. Okay, so I'm gonna remove the nose cones again. Stick some drogue shoots on that. These I have to make sure fire off on the right stage. Then I'm gonna remove these nose cones. This. These MK25s have to go with that stage. Yep, it's just these two right now. Then I'm going to do the same thing here. Line it up with the bottom of each individual tank. Bring that up to here. There we go. So a drogue. 6 shoots. I think that'll be fine. And then I'm going to throw a few more parachutes on the solid boosters. I believe these are going to be recoverable as well. So I'm going to throw that right here. That one goes to there. And then if I keep cloning this one, like that. So now the launch is going to cost me 102, but I should be able to recover a good amount of it. And I extend my range by several thousand meters per second of delta V. Yeah, this is as good as I'm gonna get, I think. I don't think I'm gonna be able to recover that white stage or the middle stage. But I think that was the decision to make. Just beef up the launcher. Just beef up the launcher and then make sure we have the range to get both satellites in one go. There was a bit of flopping about. I'm not sure I enjoy that, but actually, I could switch to that. I could see what that satellite looks like. That might be of use. I'm not going to have any control over it. Okay. So here's the important bit. It has a bit of monopropellant. That communitron there is what I have to repair. Okay. But the important bit is we do have some kind of control over it. It has electricity. It has monopropellant. And very faint signal. But still signal. Still full probe. So that could be of use. And also that means I'm probably going to stick the connector, the cable connector right on the probe core itself. So back to the satellite repair unit. We're going to relaunch. That one, yeah, I probably went, I feel like I went overkill in terms of the, I feel like I went overkill in terms of the size of the launcher here, but I didn't want Bill in there. I don't want Bill in there. God damn, so I have to redo my crew just because I edited the ship. God damn, this is annoying. So I'm going to recover this ship in its entirety. Not even going to burn a single drop of fuel. Like that. I'm going to go back to the VAB, make sure it's Natakal who's in there, on seat 0, to get the inventory that she needs. Crew. Bill sits down. Natakal goes on seat 0. Save. Launch. Alright. I did not want to switch. I just wanted to set it as my target. God damn. That's me trying to go too fast. And not paying attention. Okay. This. Switch to this. And then I'll target the other one. That one. Target. Okay. SAS on. That's another low throttle launcher, if my memory serves me right, so... Although I am getting rid of one of the liquid boosters first, so I'm thinking about half throttle, and then I'll see how fast the fuel goes. Here we go! Yeah, that looks like a decent launching speed. We're accelerating nicely. Solid fuel is burning faster than the first liquid stage, so... I'm going to do the same thing I did before. I want to ensure safe separation here. So we're going to go straight up for the first liquid fuel stage, as well as the solid fuel. And then we're going to start turning. I could definitely ease off the gas here until the kickbacks are done. There we go, and now we turn. Actually, you know what? Yeah. Even steeper than the Orbit Prograde right now. We can hold it to about here. That should do quite nicely. There we go. $115 kilometers. Yeah, we went pretty vertical on that one. But it does give us stage recovery, so... There we go. That should do. That should do quite nicely. Yep, this rocket is a pretty big boy here, so it's going to be some fairly steep maneuvering just to get it in place. But I'm okay with that. We have a lot of fuel. These external tanks are going to be done with during this burn, near the end of this burn, so they should re-enter. Maybe I could have been able to recover those, but yeah, I was able to recover everything, so that's good. That's very good. That's money. $3.5 grand per booster, and $7.5 grand for the liquid fuel stages. So just that, I got back, what, 30, 40, yeah, about 40 grand back That's nearly half the cost of the ship. Right there. So I think it was worth it just for that. Like in terms of cost savings, I'm getting a lot of bang for my buck. There we go. Separate that. They're gonna crash back down on Kerbin, but that'll be fine. I know we got ads over on Twitch, but this is very, very routine burn. So, easy peasy. So, yeah. And I think, honestly, that my first idea of the moon gravity that my last idea, I should say, of the moon gravity assist might really not be a bad one. So, I'm actually gonna aim for the moon this time. Which is gonna be about here. Yep, right there. And just gonna, there we go. I just want to focus on here just to get the lowest possible pass I can get here. So that's not looking too bad. Accelerate a bit more. There we go. And then I'll do a little... If I do like a small correction burn here-ish. And kind of boost that way. Oh. Look at what that does. For what I suspect is going to be much lower cost in terms of fuel. It gets me basically to a 16 million meter apoapse right there. So at that point, I'll just circle it up. And I'll fix the angle. I'll fix the angle later. Yeah. I'm quite happy with that. It's not even that close. But it does boost me up to a decent orbit here. I could... Because I'm encountering it there, I could be a bit spicy here. And I think I will be. I'm gonna quick save. Because if I go a little bit that way... Yeah. If I go a little bit that way, then look at that. The angle of that red orbit is actually... getting a fair bit closer to what I want. And that is at very minimal cost. So let's say I do this, and then I switch back my target to this. Okay, it's still going to be pretty far ahead of me, so I actually want a lower orbit. Not a high one. Okay, that's fine. Because guess what? If I just keep bringing my angle up, then it does bring the apoaps down. There we go. That's 14.3. It's currently flying at 14.7. And its periaps is at 14.38. Okay, so I'm basically going to match its periaps. And then once I'm up there, what I'm going to have to do is finish matching the angle, which at that point is only a 3-degree difference. It's almost nothing. Especially at that altitude, it's really not going to cost me a lot of fuel. And then bring my apoaps at like, I don't know, 15-ish. I should be able to catch up to it decently quickly. Okay, this is good. I'm happy about that. Yeah, I did lose that stage. That's the white stage. That's the white boosters. So maybe I could have recovered that stage too. Right now, I'm kind of okay taking the L on that one. While we're out here, I'm going to prepare for my first maneuver already. For my first EVA. So I'm going to do a quick EVA with Natakal over here. Because I want to see her inventory. I want to split the 2 power drills, because I have 2. And I want to equip the first one. So she'll have the drill in hand already once we get there. Board back in. Quick save. Very nice. I can actually hide the rendezvous now. Until further notice. Phase angle, distance. Yeah, I've got most of the information I need already. It's right there. It's just separation, really. So. And I gotta keep an eye on my other alarms. Yeah. That probe launcher is gonna have a maneuver to do as well, so. That little relay probe launcher actually has a money-saving maneuver planned as well. And then the Kerbal car and the crane is gonna do for be due for a burn around the moon to get closer to the space station. All right, cool. Delete and close. Prograde. Just let's turn this thing around. These two are having the time of their friggin' life. Look at them. And it's going to be a 50-second burn for 800 meters per second of delta V. But guess what? I've got like 3,000 in this tank. It is arguably going to make our first parking orbit quite a bit harder to gauge because I'm using a big skipper engine. And also I started boosting late. And my RCS are just up here because I was not expecting to use the big lower stage, but that's fine. We'll figure that out once we get there. For the first one, I really just need to get Natakal and the power drill close. Do the repair, get back. Like, I don't need to attach the ships together or anything, so it should be fairly safe. Okay. So let's stop that here, and we're going to correct this maneuver. Because it's gonna cost me less up there than it would here. You know what? I'm gonna ditch that. I'm gonna add a new one. Okay. So you can just this and accelerate. Accelerate again. Ah. Okay. No, so that's not helping. So if I do this instead and just accelerate and then down, accelerate a bit more. There we go. Now that's going where I want it to go. Okay. Yeah, that's a almost negligible amount of fuel. And that gets me up there already. 14.6. Okay, I'd want my angle to be a bit steeper. Five degrees. Can I bring it down even more? 5.1. There we go. If I do the maneuver just a bit later, that would be 13.6. I'll need 14.2, 14.3-ish. Okay. That should be close enough for now. Because I'm still gonna have some angle corrections needed, but that'll get me a good amount of the way there. Yeah. Gravity assist from the moon was the way to go here. So, quick save. And then we're going to switch ships because we got our very first launch of the day is due for its correction burn. So, here we go. Here it is. Simple enough. It's really just put a relay around the moon. But here, the reason why I'm doing this is as a cost-saving maneuver. Basically, what I want to do is I want to line up its orbit very closely with the space station. So that way, because that relay is useless to me. Like, once it's there, its only use is money. So what I want to do, ideally, is be able to recover most, if not all of it. And I happen to have a fair amount of spare parachutes here. So what I'm gonna want to do is have the engineer on the space station come out. I'm gonna want to park this thing right by the space station, have the engineer come out, EVA out, and move some of these parachutes to the upper stage. And I'm also going to want to... There we go. I'm just going to grab all of the fuel here. There. So now I've transferred all of the fuel from the upper stage into the lower one because I want to try to recover as much of this as I can. This was not supposed to re-enter atmosphere in any way. I'm still gonna try it. I'm still gonna try it. Especially with these tanks completely empty now. A lot less weight. These probes weigh basically nothing. So if I could throw like just yeah, because it opens that way. So if I could throw like drogue chutes, just 2 drogue chutes on the side of this payload bay, and then maybe 2 of the bigger parachutes down here-ish on each side, and then leave 4 drogues, 4 parachutes for the bigger, heavier engine. Then we got this. Then that would work very nicely. So yeah, this is the point. The point is for this to line up very, very closely with the space station, so that we can attempt an EVA to recover the vast majority of the ship, if not all of it. So now I gotta turn this thing. It's a 6-second burn, so it's gonna be a short one. But it's still like it's 160 meters per second, so it's still a hefty shove. And I'm gonna turn that so that my solar panel sees the sun a bit better. Six and 5, 4, 3. That should be close enough, I think. Yeah, that looks close enough. Let's have a look at this maneuver. Half a degree of difference is a piece of cake at that point. So, very easy. Very nice. I'm gonna drop an actual save here. I have been going for 3 hours. So and then we're gonna switch to the car. Yeah, because the car down here is also due to reduce its orbit for its encounter with the space station, or at least to start timing its encounter with the space station. We're going that way. Yeah. So it's going that way. Yeah. So this is a station has to catch up to us kind of situation. Okay. We're gonna aim that thing to its maneuver node. What a beauty this is. This is still, I'm still very proud of this ship. It looks like $1,000,000. And it basically cost $1,000,000. That's a very expensive launch. But it's worth it. All right, 7 minutes to burn. Well, 7 minutes until burn. It's just going to be a 5-second kind of business. And it's probably going to be a bit more because I'm not going to go full throttle here. I'm definitely not going to go full throttle. And I know I'm using only 2 of the engines. So that should be quite good. I'm aiming for 1099. 1.1. I'm aiming for 1.1. All right. So let's go nice and slow here. About a quarter of the way on the throttle. Yeah, 1.10. That's nice. Intersect of 1.262. So basically 1,262 kilometers separating us right now. And it goes down to 760. Okay, so that's not going to be... It is going to be catching up to me very quickly at this pace. Because that's 500 kilometers. So... what? 1 full orbit? Here? And it's gonna be most of the way already. Alright, so let's just get past periapsis, and then I will put an alarm for our next periapsis, and then we'll correct. Because I want to make sure... Yeah, so that gives us a day. Here. Create an alarm, link to vessel, periapsis. Boom. So it's there now. It's a day. It'll have caught up. By that point, it'll be about what? It'll be due for about 200 kilometers away. Yeah. Because next time I pass here, it's going to be there instead of there. So it could even be 2 periapsis from now. Although I might want to... I'm probably going to do a small correction burn at that point. So... 10 days? Is it really 10 days? That is absolutely not 10 days. Why the hell is it doing this? Because that's a relay probe launcher. That's the wrong one. That would explain things. It's 1 day. It's not 10 days. Yeah, no, I'll do it one orbit at a time, I think. It's a full day in-game anyway. So, that should be fine. So, 3 hours until burn. Let's just spin this thing a bit so the solar panel can see the sun. Because I would rather not deploy the solar panels on the probes if I can help it. So let's keep the batteries nice and full. And then we have an. It's just. No, it's our satellite repair unit is going to be due. Wait. Yeah, because this relay probe thing has already been... Okay, so let's switch to the repair unit. So now we got this dude. This dude... Yeah, it's going to be the correction burn. And that one is a bit of a weird angle. And I didn't bring, I didn't even equip, a big reaction wheel anywhere on this thing. So it turns very slowly, and I have to be very deliberate with my steering of this thing. And just point it there. Leave it on stability assist. That solar panel has direct sunlight. It's got good sun exposure. Batteries are full. So we could still, maneuver and turn this thing. Gonna quick save until it's time to maneuver. Can go up to 100 times. There we go. Now it says 2-second burn. I'm going to count it more. I'm going to count it closer to 10. Because I'm not going to go full throttle. I'm not going to go full throttle here because... I need to line this up pretty accurately. So I'm gonna do a slow burn here instead of a fast twitch kind of burn. There we go. Overshot a tiny bit, but honestly, I'm quite happy with that. I am quite happy with that. And now up here is going to be a... Okay. That's 16.7. So let's just... Whoa! I'm getting another moon encounter here, and that just... Yeah, that throws me way off. So I'm going to ignore that. It could have been another occasion to... Alright, yeah. $15. Okay. 14.2. Yeah, so with that exact orbit, I will catch up to it fairly quickly. I'm waiting because we have ads over on Twitch right now. I'm not doing more. It's almost done, so. And there we go. Ad break is now done. So, for those coming back from the ad break, basically we just did a bit of a, correction burn here on our way to the moon. Just so that we get the moon at that angle. Fairly, relatively low pass here. And the moon is basically just giving us a speed boost. I'm not gonna get into moon orbit with this thing. I'm just taking advantage of the fact that our target is further away than the moon. And by correcting the angle at which we get our moon encounter, the moon's gravity boost is basically doing most of the angle work for us here. And now I've planned the maneuver to raise up our orbit most of the way to the satellite we're aiming for. So by the time we get to the descending node, which is back here, it's going to be there. So, what, maybe a sixth of the way around? Well, we're going to be 1.5 million meters lower than it. So I expect to catch up very quickly. So that's nice. And that maneuver here is going to be due in 2 days' time. So we could just leave it there for now. And take care of our next order of business. Because we do have a lot of stuff currently in space. We're juggling a lot of ships right now. That part I won't deny. It's still the next maneuver is going to be this guy. So we're just gonna time warp to it. That's just a sphere of influence change. And a slight maneuver here to correct our angle, but there's also... Yeah, there, but once our angle is corrected, which is really just what that maneuver is for. It's just the angle, but after that, I'm just going to eyeball it and kind of point this thing to retrograde and... Point this thing to retrograde and burn, really. to get it into orbit. What is my current altitude right now? Periapsis is below 1.1. So as long as I get my apoapsis below 1.1, then I'm good. Right. It's going to be a slow burn, this one, because I need to be fairly accurate. I need to be fairly accurate, and it's a Bobcat engine, which packs a decent amount of power. So, very slow. Very, very, very slow. Just like that. Keep an eye on the lines here. I want this to be as close as I can make it. There we go. 0.2 meters per second. That's, yeah, just about half a degree of deviation between me and the space station. That's as good as I'm going to get for now. Let's stick this thing on retrograde and just burn to get into orbit. Catch ourselves into orbit here. So we're going to slow ourselves right down. Just like that. Okay, this is a bit of a weird one. So I'm gonna have to kind of yank that orbit to the side a bit. That's a bit too much. There-ish, and then we're gonna re-accelerate that a bit. $56. 1.01 right there. 1.172. I'm gonna need that to be lower. So a bit more maybe, or a bit less. I think it's gonna have to be a bit less. That should be kind of close enough. Nope. Whoop. Yeah, that's directly lined up. So that's my angle lineup. That's my orbit mostly lined up. I'm gonna need to redo a tiny burn to bring myself under 1.1 here, because that's the term of the contract. But that's easy enough. That is negligible amounts of fuel. So I'll it's just I just have to not forget, really. And as long as I have Kerbal alarm clock, I won't. So, I'm going to turn this thing, yeah, to radial in, because that's mostly where I've been aiming. Spin that thing to get the batteries lined up. Get the solar panel lined up. Right there. I think I could afford to kind of burn early here. If I do something like that, Yeah. Tiny bit more. There we go. That is basically... I'm still a bit high. I was hoping to be able to get rid of that. But... once I'm over here-ish... I could burn up a bit. Or I could do it now. I could just do it now. I'm gonna point this thing to prograde and just kind of eyeball it. Because I'm at 918 right now. I probably want to be a bit above 1 million. I want the space station to catch up to me, not the other way around. So... $994. There we go. And over there, just going to be tiny amount of retrograde. Like that. It's just 1 meter per second. Almost nothing, but it's really just to get me within the terms of the contract. And actually, you know what? I'm going to do a bit more because I want to have that encounter. There we go. I wanted to have that marker there for the docking maneuver. Cool. So that's that done. And now we finally get to the point where the where some of the modules for the Minmus space station are due to maneuver. So let's figure that out right away. I'm gonna point this thing to where I want it to be. I'm seeing that bit here. Movement. Yeah, that here. That lower plane down here on Minmus, it looks like would be a very, very good place for a mining base. I would very much like that. Okay. I took SAS off here just so that, yeah, I took SAS off here so that the batteries can recharge. It says it's a 1 second burn time. Again, not gonna go full throttle here because we need to go for precision rather than the sheer power here. So we're gonna do this nice and slow. 311 is kind of where I'm aiming. 310, 311. So make sure we stick to retrograde right now. We don't waste any fuel. 320 by 326 is damn near perfect. But I do want a bit more so I get the marker. I would really like... Oh, I won't have a marker because I don't have Kerbal Engineer with me. Is that it? No, I do have a marker. It's right there. All right, cool. $299 is a bit low. $299 is a bit too low. I'm going to want it to catch up to me faster than that. So I am turning back to prograde here to re-accelerate just a tiny bit. $309. Okay. 309 can do. And the other thing I'm going to do here is we're going to go to docking mode. And I'm... Whoa. SAS off. Just going to... There we go. Just enough to get a marker. That's it. Nothing else. Docking mode off. Then we spin this thing so the solar panels can get a bit of exposure. I'm going to keep an eye on that. There we go. Okay. So that's my save. We are quite far away from it. It's basically on the other side of the moon right now, on the other side of Minmus. That's okay. That's okay. We could take our time building this, so. And here, separation is going to be 667 kilometers, but it's going to have to get further away before it catches up to us. So here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a maneuver here. Just a tiny retrograde maneuver to get our orbits closer, like that. But, and that's not like, that's really not much. It's half a meter per second, just to say it's there. But the reason why I want it, because now it says, that says 5 hours. But if I wait a few orbits, let's say 3, there we go. Look at that. 4. There we go. In 4 orbits, that's going to be nice and close to us. So that'll do perfectly. Our satellite repair unit is about to do its gravity assist from the moon. So, nothing to do here. I just want to be able to look at it, really. So, yeah, it is kind of time warping down. There we go. So, as we can see, very pretty. There's the moon over there. mostly going to be seeing the night side of it, but actually, no, we're going to be kind of popping out on the daytime side. Look at that. We just fly through and back out. Thank you for the assist, Moon. And now we got the other SOI change as we escape the moon. Just like that. Ah, okay. This is why I love Kerbal Alarm Clock. I need this thing so much. It's basically essential. Okay. Yes, we do have a maneuver due here. So there you go. Retrograde. Yes, it's that tiny maneuver I have to do to get me below 1.1. So I'm gonna keep an eye here. Just there we go. And as soon as I get below 1.1, look at that lighting up here. Contract complete. That's 50 grand right there. But as I said before, why is it not giving me? $999. There we go. That's the bit I wanted. Okay. And now, same thing. So, just gonna do here, maneuver, and gonna do just a tiny bit of retrograde. It really doesn't need to be much. Half a, and then over here, gonna look at one. Wait, no, come on. Come on, game. Cooperate with me here. There, 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 there. And as close as I can make these nodes. Yep. So that's when we're touching this next. Very, very simple way to time your encounters in this game. And because, you know, because creating a maneuver like that creates an alarm in here, then it makes absolutely sure that I always have. Then it makes absolutely sure that I always have an alarm timed in here, and that I don't miss that docking window. That one is that the same ship, or is that the other relay probe? I should rename that. I should rename that one just to make sure I could distinguish the two. Yeah, okay, that's the polar one. Okay, so let's open that up, and I'm gonna go to here and rename vessel. Kerbin. Polar relay probe launcher. I'll accept that. Shut off the payload bay. So that alarm I should not delete, because actually I will. that's this one. So I'll just rename the alarm here. Just so I have the, just so I have what I need. Our car and crane is due for something here. I believe that might be the docking encounter with the moon station. Oh yeah, I remember now. Okay. Let's get rid of that alarm. I'm not gonna need that. But I am gonna want to maneuver us a bit closer here. Yep. I'm gonna want to maneuver us a bit closer here, just so the station catches up slower to us, because it is catching up very, very fast, and I don't want it to overshoot. So we're going to just line that up. And I just full on just eyeballed it, but that's actually, yeah. A million exactly is basically what I'm aiming for here. So keeping an eye on my apoapsis right there. Wonderful. There we go. And then I put maneuver here. Tiniest little maneuver here. And we're going to do the same thing. Just right click on it. There we go. That's my encounter. That's my encounter. So, 6 days. We are making some serious progress here. I'm very happy with that. Now it's this big boy. Yeah, we're gonna be due to burn quite soon. Well, soon. A few hours. Go. Forgot to put the music credits back on. Okay. So I have a bit of signal here. Which is nice, which is great. I forgot to put a comm antenna on this thing, but right now I am relaying through and controlling through the moon station, which is great. So even now that station is still saving my booty. Jeb does provide control. That is true. You're completely right, King DDD. Also, welcome. Hi. So that's true. I've been launching too many probes as of late, so I keep thinking about comms and remote control. Okay. We're a bit late on the maneuvering here, but I honestly don't care all that much, because right now it's just about getting our orbit nice and high. Next up on descending node over here, we're going to correct our angle to line up with this probe that we have to go and service. So, I'm gonna burn. Yeah, that's gonna be a normal burn here, just like that. 2.1 degrees. Zero 0.8. 0.6. 0.3 looks pretty damn good to me. I'm quite happy with that. We're also going to be catching up to this thing quite quickly. Yeah, this is good. This is pretty much perfect. So we're going to drop a save right here. Pretty sure, yeah, that's still the next maneuver we gotta do. So we're just gonna time warp to it right away. Uh, 43 meters per second burn here. So, really tiny. We're at a point where it's gonna start to get tricky because we have to do very, very small maneuvers with a very, very big engine. But that should be okay. We'll be fine. All right. So. Tiny amount of throttle here. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing here. Just barely like 5% throttle. Oh yeah. Yeah, I could change that as well, and once I'm done with this maneuver, I probably will. That is actually a very good point you're making, DDD. There we go. That's 0.4 degree. I can absolutely work with that. If I go back to here, boom. We're going to thrust limiter this thing to, oh, let's say 15%. 15% is going to be plenty. I might even, yeah, no, you know what? Let's do 10. 10 is more than enough. It's a big skipper engine. I don't need that much power. So, and now, over here on the intersect, a maneuver. And this is where I'm going to be. You know what? I don't want to be burning too much. I just want this thing as a marker to know when to burn. So just tiny bit. What mods? Quite a few. Hold on. Let me open up my CKAN so I can actually answer you properly here. But off the top of my head, I got Precise Node that you can see right now. I got Kerbal Engineer that you can see right now, obviously. I've got this science checklist thing. I have the space age, basically space age achievement vessels logs and things. I have stage recovery. I have resonant orbit calculators. I have a few calculators here so that, you know, just to make my life easier. Resonant orbit calculator as well as transfer view, the transfer window planner. I I have, yeah, ship manifests. I have this thing here. The experiment tracker. This dude basically just, as soon as you are in the proper biome and range to trigger a science experiment, it does it by itself. So that's just, rather than, you know, always faffing about to click on the right thing and trigger the experiment, it just does it by itself. I have Kerbal attachment system. I have Kerbal inventory system, obviously, because one without the other would be kind of stupid. I don't have Kerbalism, although I did consider it, but for now I decided to not use it just yet. I have ComNet, obviously, the ComNet antennas, and basically every ComNet mod that there is, just to boost up the realism of the ComNet network. I have, what else? I got Parallax for the planet textures. And I do have some, as well, a couple of mods to enhance. I do have a couple of mods to, like, auto-create alarms for certain things. So it auto-create alarms for maneuvers, it auto-creates alarms for SOI changes, which is very useful because I tend to juggle a lot of ships at once. And I have also installed like 10 mods for contract packs. Just a whole lot of contract packs. I don't have Waterfall yet. It's basically, I'm integrating mods pretty slowly and just adding on and on and on. Just to make sure that, you know, that the save and the game stay very stable. You know, I don't want this to start lagging when I'm trying to stream it. So I put just a couple mods at a time and add as I go to make sure it stays stable. But Waterfall, I very might well do. So we now have a few days before our next maneuver. And a whole lot of it is gonna be just docking maneuvers lining up. And a probe launch. Just a probe undocking. I was thinking, yeah. So let's go back to the Space Center right now, because I want to look at something else. I want to have a look on if I could trigger a couple of extra contracts here. Because right now we're very much trying to be in money-making mode. We're a bit broke. So yeah, we're a bit broke. We have to kind of fix that. So that one is already underway. Done. That one also underway. We're on our way to that particular satellite. And we've got enough fuel. Yeah, seismic science on Midniss doesn't seem too hard. You're absolutely right. It should be fairly easy. The problem is right now I don't have a proper lander So that's going to be the next one, really. That's going to be the next one we're going to have to tackle. So what I'm going to do... Yeah. I already have a Sky Crane with a rover assembly. No, I don't have any mods that change the size of the solar system right now. I wanted to go with the stock solar system. The only thing I have is a texture pack. Nothing that changes gameplay-wise in terms of the size of the solar system. I wanted to run a career with the stock solar system for now, and the next one in a while from now is very likely going to be RSS. But for now, I'm not gonna aim for that just yet. I wanted to have a look because I have a lot of contracts here. I am not doing that. Faulty power module on Minmus space station. I already have an engineer. I already have an engineer on the Minmus space station. So that is easy peasy, and that's 150 grand. Gimme. That's a gimme. What else do we have? New satellite in orbit of the sun. I could probably launch something for that quite soon and fairly cheaply, and that's another quarter. That's $250,000. Just got to make sure I can get to the right orbit. So, you know, but I do have nuclear engines unlocked. Should be able to get that fairly easily. What else have we got? Station keeping? Nothing there. That's on surface of the moon. I am going to accept this one too, because I have something on its way that I think is going to be good for this. I have a Sky Crane that is basically currently awaiting an encounter with my moon space station. And it has a seismic... That rover has a seismic sensor on it. I'm pretty sure. Actually, you know what? I'm going to double check before I accept that contract. So... we're going to go to here. We're going to check our Sky Crane. And the rover slash car that's on it. Because it has external seats on top of the rover. So it's actually a car. Pretty sure I have a seismic sensor on that thing. Thank you. TalkTech NMS. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Okay, yeah. Kerbal Car. Good morning. Let's load this up. This is just a rover itself. That's the seismic. No, where is it? It's right there. Seismic accelerometer. Okay, so I have it on that. Good. That car is on a Sky Crane on its way to dock with my moon station already. So check the contract again. I have one for, yeah. Oh, it's surface deployed. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I still have something for that. Because if we look at the car plus crane, that's the same car, but assembled on the Sky Crane. I'm pretty sure I have it in here. In one of these. So Let's see here. Cargo? Yeah. What is that? Communitron? No. That's the Go Ed. Seismometer. Grand Slam passive seismometer. Okay. And it's either that one or that one. It's this one. So portable tank panel, seismometer. Yeah, it's that one right there. Seismometer. So that's already on its way to the moon. So I can take that contract and cash it in fairly quickly because the ship that I need for that is already in space. It's already there, basically. It's already in moon orbit. I just need to refuel the crane at the space station, and then we can land this thing fairly easily. As long as I land this thing with an engineer, which I have. There is an engineer on that space station right now. Yeah, that's an easy contract to cash in. I'm gonna have to launch one of these things for Minmus as well. I don't have one on its way to Minmus right now. So for the contract that I already have for Minmus, I had planned to launch one of these to Minmus. I might be looking to try to cut down a bit on the launch costs if I can. But other than that, it should do. Deploy science, that's the one. Boom. Yeah, that's basically 200 grand for something that's already in space. Because it doesn't state that it has to be a new vessel. So I can use that. Okay. That one, I'm gonna have to launch a new ship. Because that's towards Minmus, and I don't have one of those cranes on its way to Minmus. And it is arguably the most expensive ship in everything I've built so far. It's damn near, yeah, it's very expensive. It's almost 200 grand to launch. Because it's a heavy bastard, this thing. It's a heavy bastard, this thing. But it gives me, you know, the big appeal of that particular sky crane is that it's reusable. Magnus, you are a heavy bastard. I don't know. I've never seen you. I've never met you, but maybe. I don't know. Actually, wait. Yeah, 185. So, yeah, because I had to do a bit of weight trimming here because I had too many parts. My VAB can only handle 255 parts right now. So, I had to trim that one down to this, which is 248 parts. Used to be a heavy bastard, now you're a poor bastard. Oh, I felt that one down to my soul, Tactic. Oh, man. Yeah, that's rough. Okay. It's still 185 grand to launch this thing, so I gotta make sure I can profit off of that. Because right now my biggest issue is I really want my Minmus space station to be kind of a refueling outpost for, you know, further away missions. But for that, I need this. I need advanced science tech so I can start mining for ore on the surface of Minmus. So, probably, you know, base, drill, fuel converter, fuel reserve. Look, I'm gonna have to establish a Minmus base, a mining base with a converter. Probably that one. No, that's a uranium thing. There's one. That one. That's the one. So I'm gonna send a base over with that thing. Which will need a dedicated engineer. I'll probably try to have a science lab as well in there, just so I can level up whoever's on the surface of Minmus. Just running that drilling and converting operation there. I'll have very likely a fuel reserve as well that I'm gonna try to keep. Which I've been kind of debating myself about. Yeah, and I have the KNK base building mod as well. Forgot to mention that one. It's the KNM base, KNM planetary base thing. I think that's the name of the mod. What is the name of the mod? I am misremembering right now. Kerbal Planetary Base Systems. That's the one. So, I need this. I need to unlock this. I have plenty of science to do that because I have 2 science labs running in orbit of both the moon and Minmus right now. That's just auto-generating science by itself. I'm gonna have that 550 in the blink. I probably already have it. I just need to transfer it home. But I need enough money to upgrade my R&D building to be able to buy this, which is why I need cash. I need cash in a hurry. So, I need to make basically another 1,000,000 credits in profit before I can viably think of going any further than what I'm doing. So I'm looking for fast, profitable contracts. That one is worth a lot of money. And if I keep my payload really light, because it doesn't have any restriction in terms of what I need to have on the payload itself. So if I keep my payload really light, I'm probably not gonna need that monstrous of a launcher for it. And because it's gonna be my first thing that I send into sun orbit, I'm gonna want an infrared telescope on it. Never liked specified orbits. It can be a bit fiddly, but longitude of ascending node. That's... Oh, wait a second here. 182 degrees. Did I massively mess this up? Because... Wait, let's go to tracking station here. I want to make sure of what the hell I'm doing before I start designing that thing. So, I'm going to zoom right out. Where is... It doesn't show that orbit, obviously. That'd be way too simple. It's showing me contracts I haven't taken rather than the ones I want. In it? I don't want the offered orbits. Okay, I cleaned it up. Don't want the offered waypoints. Okay. Still not showing that to me. Alright. Let's switch over to, let's say, that tiny rover thing. I just want to see that orbit, that contract orbit, exactly which way I'm supposed to go. Because I might have to do quite a lot of angle correction. And that's usually a whole lot of delta V that I have to plan for. That would be it. Yeah, that would be a what I would scientifically qualify as a metric fuck ton of fuel. So let's figure it out. I don't see that sun orbit. I don't see that sun orbit at all. It's not showing. No. There's nothing there. I'm not entirely sure what I should be doing here. If you go back to the KSC and you hide everything but the orbits, you're... I mean, it would be the tracking station rather than the KSC, but still, yeah, that... Try to have a look at that. Let's see. Let's see here. I should have chosen tracking station rather than Space Center. Okay. Yeah. It is not showing it to me at all. I know you've been streaming for 4 hours. You restarted yet? What do you mean, King DDD? I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. Active waypoints, active orbits. It is not showing me that orbit at all whatsoever. The KSP memory leak. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, it does. I am gonna be restarting quite soon. I'm gonna throw everything away here. I got nothing there. Nope, not that. Orbits. Nope, still nothing. I guess I'm gonna have to... I guess I'm gonna have to get something into sun orbit before I can see. That might be something worth doing in a single launch. That might be something worth doing in a single launch. Like with no vehicle switching whatsoever. The problem is, I have maneuvers to do in 3 days for 2 of these things. So I'm not going to be able to do it in one go if I try it now. Okay, so we're going to push back that contract for a bit. I'm going to attack that once most of these other maneuvers are done. Because right now, the Minmus space station, I'm still kind of assembling. There's a bunch of pieces of it currently in Minmus orbit. Wow, textures, please. Okay. Yeah. So if I go back to the, I should have just chosen the Minmus station. That would have been easier. Minmus Space Station. There we go. Boom. Okay, we have an ad break. So, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some coffee. There we go. Coffee has been obtained, and the ad break is almost over. So, yeah. So this thing is kind of the core of my station. I'm probably gonna ditch these engines at some point. It's just right now they're kind of being used as just a fuel reserve. But I do have some docking ports that are getting obscured by it. Once I get a proper fuel reserve docked onto this thing, then I'm gonna ditch these engines and just keep the big other attached fuel reserve to it. And if we look here on the map, I have a docking module, so extra docking ports, plus spare parts and a few other things, as well as more spare parts up there, because at first I wanted a very high orbit for this thing, and then realized I needed to be within 300 kilometers to be able to do the orbital scan survey. So, yeah, that's about it. We had something about here. EVA. Complete in the following order. Engineer. Vessel type EVA. Seabury. Her faulty power module. I mean, okay, boom. Repair in progress. I'm just gonna wait that out. That's the easiest contract in the universe. I'm cashing that in right now. Seabury and his glorious friggin' mustache, making me a lot of money with no expenditure or effort whatsoever. That is glorious. I love it. So I'm just gonna... I cannot warp because Kerbal EVA thing. Okay, we'll just wait it out. I should have done that while the ad break was running, if I had known. Oh, Magnus, just wait up, wait up. On the moon station, I have somebody even. I am legitimately considering an idea where I would transfer Seabury over to the moon station, like kind of swap engineers between the stations, just so the moon station has 3 friggin' mustachioed heroes in there. Because both the pilot and the scientist, one of the scientists on the moon station, are absolutely glorious, and that is yeah, I'm definitely considering it. We're just gonna wait another 30 seconds to cash in that contract, because that was like 100 grand, I think, maybe even more. So, sure. Already had an engineer on board. That was the point. If I could get something for like that for the moon station as well, that'd be great. That's just free money. I'll take that. I like free money. There we go. Get back to the station. Boom. Contract complete. 143 grand. Oh yeah. But yeah, I have this thing, and eventually it's gonna look like an actual space station. This is just the beginning. It's just a core. But yeah, so let's switch over to the moon station so I can show you what I meant before by the absolute gloriousness here. And we also have the best named Kerbin. We also have the best named Kerbal of this whole save file on the moon space station right now. He's the moon space station's pilot. So yeah, just for that, an engineer swap is very likely to happen. Say hello to Billy Bobford Kerman. Look at this dude. This is basically space Ron Swanson. I love him. I absolutely love him. So I got this guy here piloting the moon station. And if we go back, I also have another mustachioed glory here in the space lab, in the science lab. Because right now my crews for each station is 1 pilot, 1 engineer, 2 scientists, so that the science lab could run at full capacity. I have 69 science in there. Nice. So let's just transfer that. But yeah, because I have these 2 friggin' heroes in there, I am strongly considering the idea of an engineer swap here. Unless the other option, which would be totally viable as well, would be to have because we're gonna have to hire some more crew sooner than later, so I will heavily prioritize, try to heavily prioritize the mustachioed new hires. Don't care about their qualifications really, just mustache. That's it. Yeah, that one, as we can see, one of that's the spare parts module. Yeah, and a name like Billy Bobford Kerman. I mean, come on, I have never clicked on the Kerbal so fast. Soon as I saw the name. So that's the spare parts module that we saw on the map over Minmus. It's that little tube here with extra docking ports and quite a lot of stuff in here. You know, winches and cables and connectors and EVA fuel and a bunch of stuff. You got a Buzz Kerman. Oh, that's an amazing name. That's a great name. I love that. Ashcap, I see you over on YouTube. Hello, good morning. I hope you're having a good day. But yeah, so that's the moon space station is a bit more advanced in terms of its assembly right now, because it has that piece docked on. But just like the Minmus station, once I can get a proper fuel reserve over here, then I'm gonna ditch these big tanks and free up these docking ports here. There's still some debris floating over there. Whoops. Is it debris or is it another? Oh, it's my crane. It's my sky crane. That is we are catching up to my Sky Crane pretty quickly. So that's gonna be a fun bit. I'm probably gonna try to dock it on one of these side ports here. Yeah, once we do catch up, which is going to be in 3 days from everything I've seen here in terms of my calculations. I do have a bit of a maneuver node set up here for the docking maneuver, fine maneuvering at that point. So that should be quite nice. So for that sun probe, I don't think we're going to be going for that. I am going to go back to the Space Center though, see if I can get some other contracts of just EVAs on the station, because that was very easy and very lucrative and cost me nothing. I want those contracts right away. I need money. So let's go back to mission control here. We're gonna go have a look. So these I've already done. I want the. That was the station keeping, wasn't it? Ah, crap. Okay. Yeah, there's none. We have one offered active constellation station keeping contracts at a time. Don't really have anything for that. Planets Lagrange point setting in. Okay, that's an infrared scope thing. I mean, eventually, these are gonna happen. In space high over the moon. Ah, it needs a recovery. Okay. So, I might want to try to send like a small science recovery ship. Yeah, because these need to be recovered. So if I could send like a really small payload of just like an experiment container. Because on the science station, on the space station core right now, I have all of the materials that I need for to collect all of these experiments here. Rare science results. Wait. Landed at Kerbin's water. Surface deployed seismic sensor. Huh? How am I supposed to do that? No, that's not gonna happen. Okay. That's basically just landing on every biome. That's a bit of a faff. And you push the seismic sensor into the water. I could try something. Basically, what I could do... Okay, let's see here. Because what if I decide to just take the car, and only the car, with Bill in there, and I'm going to edit that. I'm going to put him, if I could have it, one of those deployable things on the car itself, like as a spare part, or in his inventory, or, you know, something. And then just kind of drive right to the edge of the water and deploy it there. Maybe we could pull this off. Just maybe. And I can afford to kind of make room on this thing. Just get rid of a few seats and things. So, there you go. Let's get rid of 2 seats and have a small kind of inventory cargo container at the front. That should be fine. So, I kind of like these, even though they look a bit derpy. Mostly because they're nice and flat. Can you deploy seismic sensor on top of a vehicle? I don't think I can, but I can transport a seismic sensor in a vehicle and then deploy it there. And if I go right, like, there has to be a place, if I'm lucky, and I can find shallow enough water close to the KSC. It was a seismometer, wasn't it? I think it was. Oh, I'll need a bigger thing. I'll need a bigger container. We can shed some weight if it's the only thing we need to bring. Because I need a control station and a solar panel for that thing to work. So I need to be able to bring all 3. But if I start shedding weight and just kind of get rid of some of that stuff, still need the solar panels, so I'll keep those, but and these basically weigh nothing. Yeah, that's quite big. That's also quite big, but I can kind of plonk that down right there. That's 180 liters, so much better. Now I have one of these in there, and one of these in there, and then one of these. Boom! So yeah, if I can drive this thing... Oh. Yeah, I see the issue here. My solar panel is going to clip through that. Well, my game just crashed. I was due to restart, I guess. My game crashed. It's frozen now. It's crashed. Oh yeah, it's not having a good time right now. I was due to restart, I guess. You guys were right. I made it 4.5 hours. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's better than usual. Usually I go 3-ish before I restart. I made it 4.5 this time. I'll take it. Especially since, you know, streaming in itself, OBS does take a fair bit of memory. So now it's just gonna load everything. So if you were wondering about the exact list of mods I have, just look down there. You'll see everything. Although it is going quite fast. And yeah, 817 patches. So there's a decent amount of mods to load here. And you know what? While this loads, because it's going to take a minute, I will be right back. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. So, I'll be back in a minute. There we go. I now feel a lot better and a lot lighter. And the game is almost done loading, so... we'll be able to get going on that. There we go. See a little bit of feedback in my microphone right now. I'm not sure I like that. Not entirely sure why, but okay. So we're back. We're back in here. And I was modifying my car in the VAB, and let's hope that didn't... let's hope it's just a memory leak that made it crash and not the vehicle itself. Yeah, because all of these changes got lost completely. Alright, cool. Fine. Let's redo. So that goes away. 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 Even that whole structure can go away. That goes away. And then I drop that. That one. Just gonna put a single central seat here. I just need one person to be driving this. Rover time. Yeah, it's just... I'm trying to get I'm trying to make a contract easier. So, just roll over time. We're gonna try this. What if I throw some passive panels like that, just to keep this thing going? And that cargo box we had as an idea before feels like it would work nicely, so I'm gonna do that. Just the one? Yeah. But what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna shift that. I'm gonna shift that over to the middle, just to keep the weight kind of balanced here. And that's really all I need. No, there was other experiments, so, but that's fine. We're gonna go back to here. I'll just call it the Kerbal Collar Light for now. And that's a big freaking cargo unit. Did I need that? Did I need that much weight? Is my... That just has more inventory slots from what I'm seeing. It's a bit heavier, but not much. Actually, no, it's a fair bit heavier. So let's ditch that and put the smaller one. I'm still gonna do the same thing. Shift that to the middle, like that. There, and then in that, and then I throw portable tank panel, seismometer, control station. Boom. So I'm going to save that, and then we're going to go back out, and I'm going to have another look at that contract. Make sure I bring like the strict minimum for that. Where was it? That one, I think. I'm starting to think that this might have yeah. Starting to think that this contract might have just disappeared on us. Ah, that. I can easily do that. I know I've seen a baobab tree not too far away from KSC when I was testing the car at first. And because I can recover the thing, it's basically free. Yeah, that one I can accept right away. That's fairly easy money. So, good. That's a space plane kind of thing. Also a space plane kind of thing. I don't really have much plane parts right now, so field science. Landing at the moon's highland. Navy Airport. That's not gonna give me any money though, so I don't care. Ah, there it is. Crew report, temperature scan. So I need a thermometer. Okay, and that's it really. So it's in field research. Not gonna accept it yet because it's marked as Kerbin's water. I want to make sure I can find a spot that is considered Kerbin's water, but is shallow enough to do this. We have ads over on Twitch right now. But I'm just going to be modifying the adding a thermometer to the car, really. There we go. I'll put it on top of the box, right there. That should be just fine. And the rest is an EVA report and things. So as long as I have a engineer driving this thing, and we got Bill here. Bill can absolutely do that. So we're just gonna search for shallow enough water that we can deploy that whole shebang and then recover it all. That should be easy enough. There we go. Can't even take his helmet off. He'll be fine. Alright. So, as I zoom out here, over there seems to be a relatively shallow beach. So if I could just kind of slightly dip into the water over there, I might have a chance. So that's what I'm going to do, is I'm just going to turn that way. We're going to drive over there. I'm going to see here, I'm going to have the surface engineer on here, so I have the biome. Well, it's also there. But when I'm driving on the surface, I like to have that thing here, if only for the slopes, because that car can go pretty fast, but it doesn't cope very well with slopes. Okay, so it's gonna be in that clump of trees over there. And if that works, then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna recover, and we're going to reattach the robotic arm on the car, probably right at the back of that container, because there was a contract about scanning a baobab tree. And I am fairly positive there is one not too far away from there, like in that area-ish. Because as my first test of the car, and I did that off-stream, I drove most of the way to these mountains, and I encountered at least two baobab trees on my way there. So I know it's there. I know it's not that far. It's just a bit of time. And it's basically free money, because then I recover everything. And you know, we are making decent speed here. Like 20 meters per second is not nothing on like when you're driving. So I am hoping this beach gives me what I need here in terms of switching biomes over to water in a place that is shallow enough to deploy my science stuff. Also starting to think I might have wanted an experiment container on this thing, just to make sure I could recover everything. Yeah, there's a baobab tree just on the other side of that hill, if my memory serves me right. So getting that contract to scan that should be fairly easy. It shouldn't consume too much time. I'm hoping that sand is enough to switch biomes here. And if not, I'm gonna very slowly wade into the water over there and see what I can pull. Okay, it doesn't seem to switch. So I'm gonna break here. That seems to go deeper quite quickly. But if I make it just to the edge of the water, I'm hoping it'll work. So we're gonna go nice and slow here. Just hit the brakes. There we go. No, I don't want to be backing off. Just nice and slow. I heard a splash. Still on the shores. I didn't accept the contract, by the way. So, and now I'm floating. Whoa. But this is still shores. It doesn't count, and I'm splashed now. I'm not landed. So that contract is literally undoable. Okay. That's a conclusive test. We know we can't do that contract. I know I can do the other contract, though. So that's what we're going to do next. So we do have an active contract. There. Complex scam with a rover arm of a baobab tree. If I go back to my original car, which has an arm on that, when I first tested that car, I know mostly where to find the baobab tree. So that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take this Kerbal car, the original one, has a scanning arm on it. We're gonna put Bill on it. I could even have, yeah, I'll have Valentina drive it for him. Might as well. We got the crew. So, screw it. Bring everyone. It's not gonna be that long. And we're gonna quote unquote launch that. And what I remember doing in my original test was basically aiming for that big mountain, one of these big mountains. So right on the other side of that hill should be what I'm looking for. And you know what, Bill? Let's give you some, we'll give you some practice here. With the old space helmet. So we're just gonna drive all the way there. Our engines do have enough torque to be able to climb that hill, barely. I like that Bob's camera is just the back of Valentina's helmet right now. Because the camera's clipping through Valentina's head. So we're grabbing a bunch of experiments, even if they're worthless, just because the mod grabs it by itself. So. And we're going to turn here, and we're going to kind of go along the runway and then kind of turn. I'm looking at that one big rock over there. And that's kind of where I want to crest that hill. If I don't spot the baobab tree from there, I'd be surprised. So that's what I'm going to be going for. Okay. This thing actually kind of turns half decently at speed, so that's nice. Yeah, that's not a rock. It might be a shrub or a tree or something. But yeah, the top of that hill is kind of what we're aiming for. And I should be able to spot the Baobab from there. Wow, just bringing 3 people is doing quite a difference in terms of the performance of the car. Our max speed is down 2 meters per second just from the extra weight. So that's actually a lot more significant than I thought it would be. But in the absolute worst case, what's gonna happen is we're just gonna go back and get more powerful wheels on this thing, and because that's one thing with these Rovers is they are not good at climbing hills. They lose a lot of speed, and you kind of have to snake your way up. This is why I'm kind of keeping an eye on the slope here on the Kerbal Engineer window, because as soon as that slope angle goes above like 7 degrees, you're gonna start to be in trouble. Like even before that, you're gonna start losing speed, but usually you can make it through. But at 7 degrees and above, you're gonna start struggling. So just gonna aim for that, and we're gonna go as fast as the car is going to let us go. And I'm going to keep an eye on the batteries as well. Luckily, we have solar panels this time. Well, deployable solar panels. So, which do cause a lot of drag and are not very good for the maneuverability of the car, but it allows us to kind of park up and charge. I can drive it with the solar panels deployed, but it's very unwieldy, so I'd rather avoid that if I can. Although actually no, we're going in a straight line. This is the good moment to do that. So if I just oh, didn't I have an action group for that? I thought I had an action group for that. I guess I didn't. Okay. I'm gonna put it on number 2. Cool. So let's just deploy that right away. Keep the batteries nice and charged as we go. Lose a tiny bit of speed because of that, because these things do cause a bit of drag. But then we'll have a nice full charge by the time we're up top. Yeah, I was aiming for that tree there, so that's kind of what I'm gonna do. And then if I remember it right, on the other side of that, there should be a Baobab tree not too far away. So I'm just hoping to be able to spot it from the top of that hill. Yeah, now we're climbing. Now we're climbing, and now we're losing speed. Yeah, even just, yeah, 6.5 degrees, you can see we're losing speed pretty significantly. But we can still keep going at about 5 meters per second. Like, as long as we get to the top, it's fine. That's 9.5 degrees, though. Okay, that's a bit much. So let's start. If I start going diagonals, we can gain a bit of speed back. Yeah, that's a pretty steep hill, well, relatively steep hill for the grasslands. We're gonna go that way, and then soon enough, I think Yeah, I'm gonna turn like that. I thought it would be less steep than that. No, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going this way, I think. I'm just gonna aim for that clump of trees over there. Any reason you went for a rover instead of a plane of some kind? Quite simply, I am lacking plane parts. Well, I haven't really taken the time to unlock a whole lot of plane parts. Also, thank you for the follow. And I know the Baobab tree is within driving distance. Like, there is one, I'm pretty sure, down that hill as soon as we crest it. I know there's one close to here. I've seen it before when I tested the car. So rather than build a whole new plane and try to land it over there and things, like I figured I'd probably gain some time. Because I don't have a single plane design right now, so I'd have to build one, test it, make sure we're stable enough. And I've neglected space planes. I've neglected planes quite a lot when it comes to the R&D building, so I've decided to just not go for that. We are losing pretty significant speed right now. I don't like that. Okay. That's the one tree I was aiming for before in terms of where I wanted to line up. So I'm gonna go over there, and then we're gonna kind of turn right and probably go around the rest of that hill. Like, if I didn't know there was a Baobab tree close, I would not be... Might be that over there, actually. Mind you, the moment I spotted that Baobab tree was before I installed the new texture pack, so might have to work a bit to find it. It might be that, honestly. Because Baobab trees are kind of low and kind of fat. Okay, battery's full. Let's retract that, gain a tiny bit of speed back. There we go, we're accelerating now. The slope is finally being a bit more forgiving. Yeah, that legitimately might be this one. Yep, I'm pretty sure that's the one. It's that tree right there. So I'm just gonna go straight for it, and I'm gonna park right by it and run a scan with this thing, and then it should be fine. Oh yeah, yep. Confirmed, that's a Baobab. So flying a plane here and landing it would have been trickier than just driving, just for the distance that we had to cover. Like, we're barely a couple kilometers away from the KSC. There we go, there it is. Yep, that's the one. So I knew I had seen one close. So brake. I'm gonna have to back up a bit here. There we go. And park Oops. Probably didn't want to bump on it, but that's fine. There we go, right there. Boom. Scan Baobab tree. Ah. Okay. Bit too close. There we go. Scan. Vessel move. Come on. Brakes are on right now. Am I sliding? I'm sliding. That's kind of bad. Alright. Let's park right here. Am I sliding now? I don't think I'm sliding now. There you go. Just grab a little sample. And then there you go. Observe it in a bunch of ways. Grab that. Boom. And also, I'm pretty sure the contract was scanning with a rover arm. Transmitted 0% of 67% of the total available science. Oh, do I have to transmit? Or if I just recover, would that work? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna drop a save right here in case I have to transmit. So that way I can reload if the recovery doesn't work. Wait. Why is it not letting me recover? Why can't I recover this vessel? Game, please? Hello? I'll recover it from the tracking station, I guess. That'll teach me for dropping a save. Boom. 630. Back here. I don't think I got the notification for contract complete, so I don't think it worked. It didn't work. Okay. So, we're gonna reload from that. Don't really have an antenna here, though. I mean, if I deploy the solar panels, I should have enough power, still. The Rovemate has some communication capability. Yeah, okay. So, just gonna back off a bit. And I'm gonna get into the sunlight. Right there. I'm gonna deploy the solar panel. And, review the stored data. Baobab tree scan. Has 0% science value, but I don't know if it's going to work. No comms devices. Ah, crap. I needed to have a comm device on the car. It seems. Because I thought I could just recover and it would work, but clearly it didn't. Yeah, I could just trash everything else. That's actually kind of worth something. Cool. Okay, I'll keep some of the stuff that's worth things. Yeah. Okay, so I'll do that off stream then, because it's not worth doing that drive twice. But now I know. So just recover that. Recover that. It did give me like few bits of science here and there. So that's nice. Wait, did the Baobab tree have like okay. Yeah, I'll just drive that again and have a comm antenna on the car. That'll be easy. There we go. Oh. I'm just gonna need a... My playlist was done. I just had to restart it. Okay. So that contract is basically free money. I'll do that off stream. That's not even worth doing in front of you guys right now. What next? I was looking for something else. I had another contract I had spotted, I think. Ah, yeah, Mystery Goo. We had a Mystery Goo thing here. Yeah, that little recovery ship I was talking about for the Moon Space Station. So, dock with Moon Space Station, perform Mystery Goo, and return it to Kerbin. So, really, the payload I need to have is basically probe core, docking port, Mystery Goo container, and just enough fuel to get back to Kerbin. That's fairly easy. Probably do that off stream too. We're gonna need to launch one of these. I mean, I'll still, because of the advance, I'll still turn a bit of profit. So I might as well get another big crane going. Because the one I have in space right now is going to the moon. So let's launch another one towards Minmus. Because that crane is a beauty, by the way. I am extremely proud of that vehicle. I am extremely proud of that vehicle, mostly because if we look up close, this is the car that we were in before. Same one, except it's a 3-seater. But it's attached by docking ports on a piston, meaning I could just lower the car down, undock it, drive it around, and then come back, dock it back, airlift it back up. And I have a bunch of deployable science. Like, I'm legitimately proud of this build. I am not gonna send crew with it. It has probe cores on it. Has a probe core hidden in that payload bay, along with an avionics cone for making piloting easier. So there we go. I even got some more deployable stuff in the command pod inventory. Easy enough. Yeah, I'm gonna launch one of these, and we're going to first dock that thing onto the Minmus space station, refuel it, and then we're gonna look to deploy that on Minmus. That's gonna be and I think that's gonna be our last launch of the day. I've been going for 5 hours, which is a bit longer than I usually do, but we're going for a big one, and it is a chaotic launch. It is a tricky one. I expect to have to do a couple of reloads here because it gets messy. All right, here we go. we have ads. We have ads on Twitch. I'm gonna wait for the rest of the launch here. I want people to be able to see it. I don't want people to miss it because of the ads. Okay, ads are over, so let's resume the launch. There we go. I don't have any SRBs on this thing. Probably should, but I don't. And I'm keeping just a very, very slight angle right now. I am currently kind of bombing the Space Center. Give it a tiny bit more angle here. I really can't get far away from that prograde vector, otherwise it tries to flip on itself and it goes horribly wrong. Okay, now I can turn. Now I can really turn. But you see, like, even like that, I turn too much, it's gonna flip. I turn too much, it's gonna flip. So, I actually have to relaunch this. Because, yeah, that vehicle, I'm very proud of its design once it's in space. Getting it to space is tricky. It's very tricky. So I turn too much. I have to stick closer to my surface prograde. I have to stick closer to my surface prograde, otherwise it goes wrong. Alright. But I would never dare to go, like, more than 10 degrees inclination here. I'm never gonna do more than 10 degrees inclination for the first couple of stages. Otherwise it just crashes into me and explodes and goes very wrong. So I usually do the first two stages and then do a bit more angle for the third stage, and then I really start leaning into it. That doesn't look too bad. Now I go straight to surface prograde, and I'm going to stabilize there just to get a bit more angle here, get a bit more sideways velocity going. But I still need to be able to gain some height, so
Yeah, this is where it becomes very tricky. Because it wants to spin, it wants to do... It wants to go into a lot of places I don't want it to go. So I kind of have to fight it through this part of the atmosphere. No, not that. Vessel rendezvous. There we go. Now we're gaining a decent amount of height. And this angle is actually stable, so I'm going to stick to it. The ship is not trying to flip on itself here, so I'm going to run with that. This is good. Yeah. This is not a bad orbit. It's not great, but it's not bad. So I'm going to run with that. There we go, 130. It's a bit high up, but I'm still okay with that because we were gaining some solid sideways velocity here. I wasn't just gaining height, so... Something like that. We're out of atmosphere now, so... There, and then... Yep. I have some extra solar panels in here. And ladders and things. I'm deploying all of that to make sure, because we're running... Here we don't... Yeah, we do have a crew cabin, but we don't have a pilot. We don't have any Kerbals aboard. We're running fully automated, so... I need to make absolutely certain that the batteries stay nice and full and steady. So we got a 30-second burn here, and we have enough fuel in the big tanks to round out the orbit easily. So overall, I consider that a very successful launch. It looks pretty glorious, this thing. There we go. 118. 133. Where is Minmus? Minmus is over there. So I think I'm going to wait up a bit before... I think I'm going to wait up a bit. Actually, considering the space station's current orbit... I have a look here. That's not a bad angle. Because by the time I catch it... it's going to be like over here. So if I line myself up to fly right above its North Pole, I'm not going to have to do much angle correction to get to that space station. Okay. Yeah. I don't hate that at all. Let's focus Vessel again. And, for Minmus, I mean, time to burn is basically now. Be quite close. Yeah, I know. Like, if anything, I should probably be burning already, but... Okay, I get an encounter there. No, that's not it. That's a moon encounter. I don't want a moon encounter. I want to go to Minmus. Okay. So... Yeah, but I'm going way above Minmus orbit right now. After that, I can go out of maneuver here. Yep. Shut up! I'm trying to do things. All right. Angle back here. There we go. That looks like a close encounter to me. There we go. That's an encounter. And then I just kind of accelerate like that to get right above the North Pole. And that does quite nicely. Problem is, I'm already late for that first maneuver, so I should be boosting right now. So I'm gonna have to readjust that on the fly. And also, okay. So we're ditching these in. I usually don't burn all 4 engines here, but because we're late for the maneuver, I will. And then I'll shut down 2 of them for the rest of the way. Making good progress though, so I think we'll be able to catch up with our late maneuvering. There we go. That was a bit loud in my ear holes. Another 100 or so. There we go. 0.5 meters per second. That's close enough. And then what I do is I'm going to shut down this guy. And I'm going to shut down this guy. Like that. Then I'm going to point this thing straight to normal vector. So that these solar panels can see the sun nicely and recharge. And then I got a day until my next maneuver. So this is a good point to wrap up the stream, I think. Yeah, we got quite a lot of stuff already lined up, ready to go. So next stream is gonna be mostly getting all of these maneuvers home. I am gonna rename this one though, just to be able to distinguish it from the other one. So call it the Minmus Kerbal Car. 1 day, 1 hour. It's that one. So I'll just call it like that. Drop a quick save. And we will wrap things up. As I do need to go get some food. I'm getting very hungry. And do have a friend of mine streaming right now. Her name is AAA. Freaks, you are quite late. I am just wrapping up right now. I'm about to raid my friend AAA over on Twitch. But now that we have quite a lot of things in motion, I'm probably going to be streaming Kerbal tomorrow as well. So, take care, everybody. I hope you have a great day. And I'll see you soon.